Okay, so just getting started. I'm gonna be playing Zomboid today. We're gonna hopefully. My plan is to do all of the weapons, so like we'll be doing lots of weapony related stuff, and then we'll see what happens from there. Um, Did they remove the intro of "This Is How You Died" like completely? Feel like I haven't seen it in forever. It's one of my favorite parts of the game. It's like all right. Well, which is it? Okay. It's 2 Yakuza songs back to back, more or less. Hmm. The large stones. Nothing I can see. It's fine. Hello, what's your favorite weapon? Short blades are my favorite weapon, but I can appreciate all of the weapons in the game. But the reason why I like short blades is because they exert the least, and they're just satisfying. I really like them. That said, though, like I said, I can appreciate all the weapons, which is why I'm going to be doing all the weapons today. Starting with spear. But that's when I actually get started on fighting and stuff. Right now, I want to expand my cooking area just a little bit. Is it vanilla weapons only? I mean, vanilla, but build 42 currently. But yeah, if you want me to expand my scope to all of the mods, I've never really used very many weapons mods. I guess the Saf's cooking utensils are actually pretty good. Like, um, I'm not really, I don't know other weapons, so. Because my mod use is usually doesn't exceed, like, it doesn't go very far. You're not familiar with mod weapons either? Then we're on the same page, because I don't really know them all that well either. Okay, I need... It's 4. I just need 4 more. I know that there's Britas but I don't count guns. And the reason being is, and this isn't meant to be a slight to the gun users or the people that like guns all that much. It's just that guns in Project Zomboid are toys. They're not, they're toys like those, I don't know if they're 90s, but, you know those, they're like noisemaker guns, you pull them and they have the little fan inside with the lights and the sparks and they go, vroom. That's what guns are in Project Zomboid. They make noise. They're cool and fun to use for a bit, but they're toys. They're not really weapons. They're about as much of the weapon as the whistle is. It's a good way to pull in zombies, but not much aside from that. You get what, 1 kill when in like, let's even go as far as to say a full magazine, right? The full, like, biggest magazine in the game is what, 30 kills, and then you got to reload. I can probably kill more than that, and I don't have to reload with melee, so it ends up they're kind of overshadowed. They are very weak for what they are. Yeah, so I don't count them as weapons. But my pacifist slash reluctant fighter skill counts them as weapons. So they level slower. Masonry, which is fine. I ran out. But yeah, that's what I call them. My mental says that they're toys. This needs to be full. We'll just trade it out. But yeah, short blades are my favorite for lots of reasons. They're comfortable. They get you comfortable for the range. The range the zombies are. They use the least stamina. They are plentiful. You can find tons of them everywhere. There we go. Okay, now I can keep these on the ground. Well, no, I can't, actually. Let's put both of them in there. But yeah, I don't know. I've leveled guns a lot. It's just, it's not anything spectacular ever. I've never had them at level 10. At least I don't think. At least it's not come to my mind that I've ever had them at level 10. I've gotten them pretty high, though. That's the thing, though. Aiming is one of the hardest skills to level up, and so is reloading because they require a lot. Is reaching 1,000,000? That's one of the goals. There's 3 objectives. The 3 objectives are reach 1,000,000 kills, have a perfect character, and 13 points of interest dotted around the map. They're specific, and essentially it's there's 12 churches and 1 military compound. So it ends up being kind of interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, but today we're going to be leveling a lot of the weapons. As you'll see here in a second, because I'll show it. But my skills, they're not like they're some of them are starting to get up there, but it's gonna take a while before we've maxed them out. Like quite a while. This is roughly 2 years, but also specifically focusing on certain skills. It took me 3 streams to get tailoring from 0 or from 1 to 4. Um, so that's gonna be a little while. I'm hoping that I get at least a book or 2, but me knowing the how how bad the loot is, I'm not expecting it. They fixed the bug where you can destroy more than the allotted amount. Which is good. Bring the lemongrass and the nettles inside. I didn't mean to bring that in with me. That's okay. We'll put it on the ground outside after. Okay, our cooking area has been sorted. It's a little bit better now. All right, let's go. Okay, I can go there. Oh, it's empty. Yeah, I gotta refill that later. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Cool, we gotta. It's been a little while since we've seen a zombie at this place. Okay, just gonna drop this there. Alright, time to put on my work clothes. Hello. I suppose I need to check them for watches. And gold. I'm gonna take a break from tailoring for now. But watches and gold. We could do silver, but nah, I'm not interested. I'm content with just doing gold. Could back off. How many? 2? Does anyone else have a problem with that's generally so there is a culling feature that exists in Project Zomboid where if your game closes or like you're within a certain distance of some zombies, it'll try to cull them. It's so that your game runs better. It's a feature that exists to kind of, like I said, it makes your game run better. But it's not good to log out near zombies. Like, or to close your game if you've got a big pile of zombies. Usually you want to run away from them a little ways and like so that you can save your zombies. Especially in game modes like Time 16, where you have the chance to crash your game because there's so many zombies. Also, if you haven't done it, I recommend upping your RAM in Zomboid, because it definitely helps in terms of the because also restarting after about it's very Yakuza today. Restarting after about every 5-ish hours is good for Zomboid, because Zomboid has a problem where it will leak memory. Hello. Yeah, upping your RAM helps a little bit, but also restarting at around 5 hours of play. I never do it, or like very rarely I do it. I forget so often. I'm trying to be better about it, but I get hyper focused and lose track of time sometimes. I hope you're having a good day, Jan. I'm having a good day. Tomorrow Abiotic comes out, which will be neat. A couple of more days. Or no, it's tomorrow. What am I talking about? A couple of days. Do I know how to count? Sometimes I don't. See? I did that. Oh, this? Oh, the green star means that I favorited a crafting recipe that involves it. And it's not wrong. I did. I favorited burlap sacks, and I probably can undo that now. But yeah, it means that it's involved in a crafting recipe that I favorited. See? Favoriting crafting recipes helps a little bit. For finding stuff again really quickly. Like, This is absurd. I'm level 0 spear, by the way. Like, if you want to say no spear XP at all. So where's the damage coming from? Well, you see, I'm level 9 strength, but it's still, it's a bit surprising, isn't it? Shit's crazy. Okay, we almost leveled one full level in Spear. Our arms are burning. Let's leave. And we broke one spear. Eat our salad on the way back. Actually. Wash. And I'll make myself some dinner, and then we'll have a nap. Nice farm. Oh yeah, it's going well. I'm right now just gonna water it. We're already, I think, what, level 3 agriculture? Next year I'll be able to get a lot more going in terms of capable farm crops. But for now, you know, we don't have much. Do you like the time crops takes? No. However, like flat no. However, I feel like radishes are the most reasonable. And if they gave us greenhouses that we could make, like, and or, you know, yeah, you know what, greenhouses that we can make with glass making and stuff that would nullify the seasonal damage that the crops take and allow us to do indoor crops that we ourselves take care of, you know, within a greenhouse of our design, it would that would help out a lot in terms of my current thoughts on, because the time investment isn't worth it. Most players are not going to see crops grow all the way currently, and perhaps that'll change over time. But most of the folks aren't going to see it, and that's the it, the average Zomboid player in Build 42 survives for about, and this is being generous because my previous thoughts on this were 2 months now. On average, the Project Zomboid build player will survive 2 months in Build 42. Prior to that, a month. 30 days was the average lifespan of a Zomboid player. Yeah, there's a lot of people that die a lot earlier, but then, you know, those folks are counteracted by the veterans that can last for a long time, right? So the average between the two even I've had long discussions with other veterans about this, and they disagree with me. They're like, no, it's way lower than that. It's like a week tops. I'm like, but no, the community's been better than it was for a while. But you know, and it gets better with build 42 because build 42 is built slower. That's the thing, right? It's built slower. You just died in your TDDA. Well, that does suck, but hopefully you learn some stuff in your current, like in your time, and then you can apply it to your next CDDA. But yeah, so I feel like it's a month or 2 months is the average now. Simply because in build 42, there's a lot less reason to leave your immediate spawn area. You could stay in your main spawn for years in game if you want, because you've got to take care of your animals, and then you got to loot all the buildings, and you know, assuming that all goes okay, you'll have a fairly sizably cleared area that you'll be okay in. The thing is, you were starting to get attached. I can understand. My brain doesn't fully get attached though myself. Like I can't. I don't. I don't get attached because I can't get attached. There's a part of my mind that stays separate from the playthrough at all times. It's because at any moment I could lose it. So that's it. It stays in its own place. Rip Drew, rest in peace, Drew. I'll give you a rip candle. Why not? Here, you can have a rip candle. We'll even give you an F candle too. There you go. You can have candles. 2 months is impressive in CDDA. I mean, yeah, it is. I feel it is. You're nearly at the stage of where you're gonna beat CDDA. So in my mind, and it's the win condition for CDDA is you need to beat all of the aspects of the challenge. So in order to beat all of the aspects of the challenge, you need to defeat the wound. So like, you know, heal the wound, get through the helicopter. Once you're through the helicopter, you need to make sure that you stabilize your character to get rid of the cold, right? Maybe you'll get rid of the cold faster than that, but you know. And then finally, it's you need to get through winter. So winter ends on March 1st. That's how you've been focused on winter is coming. Winter is coming is a fun one. It's like a lighter version of Cryo Winter. I won't ever do that to myself again. Cryo Winter. I liked Cryo Winter. I just scaled it up too high. The coldest temperature it got in my Cryo Winter playthrough was minus 177 Celsius. And we lived through it. I was praying for days where it was minus 100. That's how cold it was in the Cryo Winter playthrough, and why I won't do that again. It's like minus 100 is a good day. 9 ads, you know. There you go. In case they don't know their options. Please. Because the ads are not my problem. They're somebody else's problem. Whoever has ads, they're your problem, not mine. I don't control them. So if I could control them, we wouldn't have ads. But ads do pay for things, so like I mean, I'm appreciative of the ads for that reason. So they are what they are. Let's see. Let's light all three of these. I just realized now that I shouldn't have got rid of that campfire. I need it in order to craft spears. I'll put it somewhere else though. Changed apps, so now it's 18. just like so yeah, so if you keep doing that, yes, you can incur more ads if you want. If you wanted more ads, it doesn't help me though. So like you don't like it's not it's better to just let it go. Don't watch like a million trillion ads. It's not helping me. Like, at that point, I get a little bit from the initial ads every 3 minutes. Or sorry, every hour there's 3 minutes of ads. That is the portion that I get a part of. If you give more to yourself, you're just giving them more. Like not it doesn't help me at all. So while I do appreciate it, I'm the sentiment's nice, but yeah, just I don't recommend it. It's not, it's the thought that counts, and your heart's in a good place, but it's just, no, don't do that to yourself, please. I don't want you guys to sit through any ads if I could avoid it, but obviously, with how the platform works and how they have to pay for things, they need the ads. Otherwise they wouldn't have ads, right? They need them. Think about other places. Like, I mean, if they didn't have the ads, then, they wouldn't be able to pay for stuff. It doesn't make sense, right? Okay, let's put you there. Alright. Alright, so get some popcorn and enjoy how corny some of the ads are. Yeah. Absolutely terrible some of those ads are. I think it was one of my friends sent me one of the ads, and it was like these Doritos and something to do with feet, and it was weird, and I was so confused throughout the whole thing. It makes me feel out of touch, right? Like I feel like an old person watching these things. It's like is that what folks are into these days? Is just what I think every time. Okay, so put these out. those there. These can go here. The reason why I don't put the water buckets on the ground is because my character is disorganized, which means that if I were to try and pour the entire 8 liters, the entire 10 liters, it actually encumbers the bucket so much that I can't put it inside the stovetop. So I can't. I have to do 8 liters. I could do a little more, but 8 liters is like upper volume of it. There we go. Now I can fill the amphora. Drop the bowl here. I probably should have did it before, because I don't need it. Eat half of you. The other half can go in my bag for dinner for later. Do I want to do foggy day fighting? Not really. So we'll do weapon crafting today. We'll craft. $17 spears. What do you mean? You had a jar, they feel that they should nerf it? No, so these aren't jars, these are amphoras. This isn't a jar. That's an amphora. You know, like, they're like kegs. They're not, it doesn't need to be nerfed. Yeah, these are like kegs. Like, you know the water barrels? They're like those, but made of clay. Yeah, they don't need to be nerfed. They're fine. They're fine as they are. They also, the big thing with the amphora is that they have a lid. Although I could have sworn you could take the lid off. Yeah, you can build them fast, but the whole point is that you can build them fairly quickly, but they aren't, you have to interact with them a lot, right? In order to work with them. Like, it's not just, it's not like the rain barrels. The rain barrels are a little bit... I think that's part of it, though. The part of the balance of why you can't take the lid off. Because I could have sworn you could take the lid off before. But they might have changed that because it's so easy to work with them. But I don't know. Maybe they'll let you take the lid off in the future. And the zombies destroy them. Yeah, that's true. They are physical. Destroy. That's not what I meant to do. So the campfire still reacts that way, but the masonry stuff doesn't. Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm lighting this thing all the time anyways. I just wanted to light it now so that I could make be more than enough. But yeah, they're not that... I don't think that they need to be focused on nerfing things like that. You have to use it, like, you have to put the liquid into it, right? Now, nerfing, like... I don't know, what could they nerf? I think they could probably nerf butter, but they can't nerf it right now. They need to... If they're gonna nerf butter, they need to buff all of the meats first. Because that's something that is helpful. Because otherwise the people that have currently like a lot of butter and a lot of cows and stuff, they'll be kind of sad. The thing is though, any butter that you've saved up before will be fine. Because the way that items work a lot of the time is they save their previous values. So, for example, a perfect example would be Vanishing Tower had some before ice cream at one point in time. So, what that means is he had a batch of ice cream that didn't have an expiry. It was the old version of ice cream. If you guys, if folks remember that, the old version of ice cream didn't expire. It's the forever blend. And it was super cool. I'm just gonna give up the rest of this in-game day to carving baseball bats. We'll go out tomorrow. But yeah, another example would be that's recent that I can bring up is you know when they nerf wooden spades in the Apocalypse playthrough with Higgins, like that playthrough, because Higgins made a bunch of wooden spades before they nerfed them. I had wooden spades that had the previous values. So I had the stronger versions of the wooden spade in my back pocket that I could have used. I don't think we ended up using them though. But it's because the way that the item values in Project Zomboid work is a lot of them are like when you make an item, it can be edited. You can actually go into debug and edit an item to be basically anything. You can like have them be super durable. You can have them like there's lots of ways. Like so, if you wanted to do like a custom cool playthrough of Project Zomboid where you had the indestructible crowbar, right, or something like that. Let's say you wanted to do like a Half-Life playthrough where you have a crowbar that never breaks. You could do it. You could totally do it. You just would give it infinite durability. And it's one of the reasons why Zomboid, it's difficult to keep an eye on Zomboid in terms of serious competitive play, because you can do that on a whim. Like there's nothing that keeps you from doing stuff like that, really. Like, except for obviously your own honor as a player. And you can already see in the speedrun community a lot of the time, people do cheat a lot. That community is very much it's rife with a lot of cheaters, and then there's like, you know, there's the people that are legit and trying to uphold the honor of the community and all that kind of stuff, right? So it ends up being difficult. It's like a constant battle between those folks. Zomboid is one of those games that's very easy to cheat in. But it's also easy to spot a cheater though in Zomboid. Because it's pretty easy to spot. A good example would be if you debug away an infection wound, your character actually will save the data, and the next time you get bit, they will instant die. That is one way to kind of spot somebody who cheats. If they just suddenly die for what seems like no reason. Well, it could be that is one of them. But there's a lot of other ones. There was a couple that I've seen recently, you know, some people bragging about their kill score. They had like 50k zombie kills, right? And they're like, oh, I got 50k. They didn't change their favorite weapon. Their favorite weapon was the katana. 50k and your favorite weapon's katana, huh? I see. You get that kind of stuff happening a lot. It's why you can't take some runs seriously. Okay. We'll eat the rest of our dinner and then we will head out tomorrow. Maybe they're just really lucky, like absurdly lucky, or maybe they just wanted to do a katana run, right? Maybe because you could do a katana run, it's possible. All you'd have to do is up well, actually, if you customize and up the loot of the spawn chance of katanas, I wonder how that would work. Because we have more access to that stuff now than we used to. I've never played with those numbers though, so I don't know what would happen. Most of the time I do runs like this, or, you know, difficult runs. And speedrun.com made me laugh just recently because I was looking over I was looking over the categories, right? And one of them is max skills. It made me laugh. It's like that one's not a speed run category. You can't max your skills on Apocalypse in speed run fashion. That takes like a month plus, maybe. Maybe you could do it faster. Let me think. It says played on build 41, so you don't have to worry about the extra categories. It takes roughly 20 hours to do mechanics, so that's 1 day right there to mechanics, right? It takes roughly 2 days to do reloading. Okay, so that's 2 days, right? So that's 2 plus 1, so that's 3, right? You can do tailoring first aid in a single day. The combat skills will take like a week each at least, I think. Maybe faster. I'd have to ask Rural, because Rural would be the one who knows the most about how to speedrun those. But I'm thinking that takes like a month to level your combat skills. The secret katana shop. But it's one of those things where it's like, no, I don't see that one being as viable for speedrunning. You can't really speedrun max skills. That's why it made me laugh. It was like, oh, that's not a speedrun category. Now the other ones, those ones are kind of speedrunning, like speedrunning, but some of them are RNG and like speedrunning bleach percent. You spawn in a kitchen. If it has bleach, you die immediately and you win bleach percent. Like it's I don't know. It's weird. There's speedruns of idle games, sure, but I don't know. Is it really a speedrun though? Finishing a game fast. I don't really think it's a speedrun. That has unlimited katanas in their counter. No, I've never found that. That would be nice. Closest currently that I can get to that is making my own scrap swords in build 42. Which is another thing though, why I was looking back at it and I was like, would I want to play any of this speedrun stuff? I'm like, I could, but I'm not, it's not for me because I'm like committed to build 42. I'm happy with it. I want to see the game blossom into something that's finished, you know? Watch it leave early access in its full form. Yeah, I do want to get back out to combat, but I just emptied my tea, so I need to refill. So I will be right back, and then we'll continue. Okay. Thank you. Alright, I'm just gonna go, because if I wait for fog to not be happening in Rat Race, I'm just not ever gonna get anything done. What tea did I get? This is just orange pico. It's nothing super special. I've got about another 300 of this, and then I have 2 boxes. One is chai, one is like a vanilla blend of some kind. And then I think I have maybe one other box of something. I don't know. But I am working my way through most of my backlog of teas because I'm not ordering more. At least not much. Like if I do order, it's gonna be spur of the moment impulse. But I'm trying not to buy things at the moment, and trying not to, like, I'm being very frugal with some things because well, I'm gonna be moving, and I want to make sure that it goes well, right? Because I've been planning the move for ages, and it should happen. I'm hoping October. I really am. It's up to the Swedish government a little bit, though. And when you put the things in the hands of government, things take so much longer than they should. They do it on purpose so that you can't have like people just like it's not meant to be an easy process. But at the same time, it's just annoying that it's not a simpler process. But the relationship between Canada and Sweden isn't bad, so I expect it's not going to be too difficult in the long run. At least for now. It shouldn't matter but it does. That's the saddest part. Relations matter between countries very much, in terms of, yeah, lots of things. Cold countries unite. I always try to bear that in mind when thinking about complaining about how hot it is sometimes. Because I don't like heat, but at the end of the day, I don't really have a leg to stand on in that. Because it's like, I find temperatures that are like, I don't know, like 30 for me, 30 Celsius, which would be, um, morning. Um, so 86 Fahrenheit is, that's too hot for me. I don't like that. It's too much. So, yeah, it's too much temperature. And you gotta know that there's a lot of places that have way more than that. Hopefully you're having a good day, by the way, Supertone Man. For a bit. Today I am leveling weapons. But I'm also trying to grab watches so that I can have a generator. another gun. Nice. It doesn't matter if it's empty, because I can still use it to repair condition on another shotgun. Let's back off. Can I show skills? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna... recoup my arms a bit. But yeah, if you're curious about weapon skill, my spear skill is 0. But spears in build 41 they're still good. They've been good for a long time. But people are still kind of nervous, especially with all the combat jank. There's a lot of issues. So using spears makes people even more nervous, because despite them being as good as they are and them actually fully ignoring the muscle strain mechanic, you're in the triple digits. The triple digits would be Fahrenheit, right? So what is 100? FTC 100. So 38. Yeah, I would die. That's too much. In saying that though, I can functionally work in hotter than that. It's just that I have to be in work mode kind of to be able to do it. And I remember one time, I think I've told the story a couple of times, where we had our I was working in a kitchen, and we had it's a commercial oven, right? So it's like and the AC kept breaking, and because it was hot already, it was too hot. Um, and it was at least 50 C in the building, because of the commercial oven. We had to shut it off between orders because it was that bad, and we had people in to fix that AC like every other day. It felt like. Eventually, we got sick of it, and we had we brought some. Somebody brought one of those like the big fans, like like the big fans. I don't know how, like, it was like one of those ones that you'd... It's not so big that you could have someone held up on it, but it was like one of those, like, the big fan. And we put a bunch of ice behind it, and it was blowing ice around, the icy air around the restaurant, which helped. It helped lower the temperature by a lot. It was super good. But back then, going into the freezer was the like, so you'd be like, "What? We need to, I think I need to go in the freezer for a second. Maybe I just gotta go in there. Just, I'm gonna do inventory for the like sixth time." It's okay. It's okay. I'm doing inventory. Just gonna stand in here and do my counts. I don't miss working at those places, but at the same time, some parts of me do. Like, I like that kind of work. It's fun. Can't say I'm a fan of the game slowing down. Yeah, hopefully you're having a good day, Chili. Aside from the whole AC breaking thing. I know how that can suck, for sure. Around. We will have a worse day or terrible day. Okay, well, I mean, it ebbs and flows. Could be worse. At least it'll get fixed. But I understand. It's always something. Those kinds of things are how it goes with what is that? Oh, it's a bread knife. I don't know if I've seen a bread knife at that angle before. Yay. Yeah, I'm sure Chili's day will improve once AC is fixed. Nobody likes being hot. Well, not that kind of hot. What's the plan? Currently, I am leveling all the weapons. So, right now we're doing spear. What on earth is that? Is that a pickaxe? I've never seen that pickaxe before. I need to go look at that. we go. Show me what's in you. Jawbone War Axe. No wonder I haven't seen it. I've never made that thing. It's like, what the heck is that? I've never seen that before ever. Of course you haven't. You've never made that. Not even once have I. Well, actually, I made it one time. I didn't like how durable it was, and I was just like, eh. Kept making the other kind of War Axe instead. Yeah, I think I made it one time. Maybe they've upped the model since then? I don't know. Yeah, let's grab that back. Might as well start running back soon. Take these things here. Actually, we can start bringing one of these bags back, can't we? Yeah, why not? Let's grab one bag and bring it back with me. And we start taking off our work gear. But yeah, we just leveled Spirit to 1 so far, and we are... My goal is to get all the weapons that are not 3 at 3. At least kind of, like around there. Shouldn't be too hard. Meanwhile, we'll also try to pick up a few watches, some of the gold, some of that. Like, I don't care if I get too much of it, but just a little bit of it. Okay, let's put this over there. When it hits tomorrow? I don't know if I'm going to do a fresh one or not. I need to discuss it with Rhett, and then we'll see. Like, maybe. Maybe we will. Like, it depends. as well as maybe Walsp. We'll see. Need to chat with them. Because Rhett may want to do his own thing, as well as, I don't know, Walsp said that he wants to do co-op, maybe. So, possibly? But I definitely want to play it tomorrow. But I also don't want to do too short notice on things. Since you don't feel too far in. That's fair. If I were to do a fresh playthrough, we'll see how we decide to do it. You made it to Hydra? I finished the game, 100%. Like, I even went back to do the other achievements. There's only one thing that I didn't do, and I didn't explore the Hydra plant more. There's a section of the Hydra plant that I think I didn't go into, but I don't know much more than that. But I do have all the achievements that are on Steam anyways. But I'm almost certain there's a section of the Hydra plant that I missed. We're losing too much weight. But yeah, I finished the reactor stuff, and I'm not gonna say more than that, because it does mention in the hydro plant the reactors, but I don't want to go into more detail because I don't want to spoil it. You enjoy when you get to that part. Yeah, I'm gonna probably message Walsp and Rhett later and see. Because we may do like a... I don't know, like a... Nope. Oh, this died. Red radishes. We might do a fresh playthrough. I did end up making a little bit more progress on that um, furniture store base that I wanted. Yeah. Plus, there's gonna be new progression. They said that there's new progression and that there's new stuff and things maybe will flow better. So we'll see. I'm definitely keen to see the story where the story goes, though. There's like a whole section that's coming next, and it'll be neat. Um, to see the different factions and how they react and how they respond. I'm it gets weird. Like, it goes from, science office Half-Life to Half-Life with the craziness to SCP containment to suddenly you go to like a battle. Like, it doesn't feel like it feels like, I don't know, it's weird. So once you're done with that, you go to like horror, like horror place. And then after horror place, um you go, essentially it was like GoldenEye is what it felt like, right? Like it felt like GoldenEye, like on the dam. It's what Hydroplant feels like. And then it goes from GoldenEye to almost like I don't know, it's weird cuz so did you did Canon, right? Did you do Canon? I'm assuming you did cuz that's pre-Hydroplant. So Canon is weird, and then you do that, and then but that leans towards the next section, which ends up going to reactors, which not spoiler. Yeah. So then spoiler, and then spoiler, and then you get to the spoiler place with the spoiler, and then character. It's yeah, it's interesting. It definitely makes me want more and want to know what happens next. And because they've got that whole SCP element, they can go endless. Like it doesn't have an end technically because they could just always add another SCP, like another, oh, this is this one, that's this world, there's this antiverse and whatever. And it's like, okay. I like when the multiverse stuff is used that way. I don't like when it's used as an undo. So, like, because it's so easy to use it that way, to use it as a control Z to everything. It's like, oh, yeah, we're just going to go back and nothing ever happened because we fixed it and, control Z. No, I like when things they matter. They matter more when there's consequences, not just ignoring the fact that you just ruined an entire universe. Yeah, we just ruined this one. Let's move to another one. Yeah, that's less. It's less. It makes things not matter. It sort of devalues everything, right? It's sort of like the same as the opposite, which would be everything in the universe is great, and that all mistakes are it's undone in an like instant with no effort at all put in. It's similar to that, except it's on the other side of the spectrum. Hello, rabbits. Look how many bunnies there are. There's so many bunnies. I can't pet them all. There's just no way. I'm not gonna remember which ones I've pet. I just try to pet at least a small percentage of the bunnies so that I get a little bit of XP every time I come here. But look at all that protein. Yep, it's 53 rabbits worth of protein, which Right now, I'm looking to get to level 100 or XP 100 off of the petting of the rabbits. Maybe we'll go a little further than that. I'm gonna do one more, and also you like my playlist? You can have it if you want. There you go. I sometimes add new songs to the playlist as well. But the key point of the playlist is it's songs that make me happy. So long as it's making me happy, I'm good. There's like a story behind every single one too. So like I've got a story about each song that comes on, and I mean, obviously this one is a Zelda song, so hello. The so playing Legend of Zelda for ages. It's fun. Fun memories. I will be picking up this baby bunny, and we will be turning it into meat planks. There we go. There we go. We got food for a little while now. But yeah. Pretty much every song on the playlist is on there for a reason. And Emma said that she's gonna help me do some more stuff here in the future for playlists. It'll be a lot easier when I'm there, because Emma will probably design some. We're both very musical sort of people. We both like songs and music, and that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to. Bringing Emma to like an orchestra or a symphony or something. Depending. Got to see what's on and around in that area. Okay. And we can do this. Making good progress. Oh, you guys can't see that, huh? Be able to eat this and drink the whole soup. Should balance me out. Baseball bat. There we go. What's the outpost cleared? So there are 13 points of interest in the challenge. The 13 points of interest are mostly churches, and then there's one that's here. I'll show you. So there are the churches that are in the town. So there'll be one here. A good example would be like the church in West Point, which is trying to remember. Is it this place or is it this one? I think it's this one. Anyways, so it's there's 13 there's 12 churches around the map that we have to clear out, and then there's some criteria that that you have to fulfill. So the an outpost being cleared means that there are no zombies around in that area, that the it's boarded up and the doors are fixed. So, you know, barricade the windows and fix the doors. Then it needs a good bed, um, and it needs a car, a working car. It needs a generator. It needs a water barrel like that's hooked up to a sink, and it needs 5,000 calories worth of food that's non-perishable, and then that counts as a completed outpost. So, and then that so there's 13 total. Like I said, 12 of them. Yeah, you need to make it into an outpost. Make 12 churches into outposts. Now, um, there's 13 points of interest. This is one of the points of interest. So it's 12 churches and this military fortress that's in the middle of the woods. So we all know that this one's a fun one to try and clear. It needs to have no zombies in it, meaning that you have to clear the whole thing out, top to bottom, no zombies, which means all the floors. Yeah. The street name thing is part of vanilla. Some folks actually don't like this. I don't. I'm indifferent. I don't care one way or the other. I kind of like that it lights up so that I can kind of see it a little bit easier where my cursor is. But at the same time, I can understand people not liking that as a default setting. You know, these kinds of settings need to have the ability to turn off, turn on kind of thing, which I guess they do. It says highlight street brightness 0. Right. Large street labels. Yeah, there you go. You could shut them off if you want right there. I don't know if that's part of one of the mods I'm using though. Or default, but you mean the different legends? Oh, you mean like the color stuff? That is part of accessibility uh so that people can if you have color blindness, you'll be able to see. Funny because I knew that was going to fall, but I just kind of left it. I need to fix that. 2 seconds. Just pause. Um, yeah, I seen that shifting and I was like, it's good. It's not gonna fall out of my peripheral. I was like, and then it did. Okay, we just need to do nothing for a couple of days. Gain back some weight. Hmm. I'm surprised that doesn't give more. Oops. How many are on the ground now? 12? We're just gaining weight right now. Might as well do something productive while we gain weight. Yeah, we'll go foraging for crops tomorrow, set the traps. So far we've gotten one level in spear. I'd like to get, maybe we'll do long blade next. These count as long blades, right? So we can get a couple more of those over into the traps, then we'll be able to soy. That should be 12, right? 23. That's 4 traps worth. I mean, we'll still forage towards the traps, but that should be all the traps full. Yeah, there's 100 bones in here. I could just go and max carving really quick at the other place, though. It's not like we're low on bones or wood. We'll go and do that really fast, and tomorrow we'll get some trapped goods here. I'll harvest all of the crops as well that I can. We're gonna, well, I mean, I should stay until September is over for the lemongrass. Because I'll probably get like 2 more harvests in, maybe 1 more harvest in. We'll see. The reason why I want to run back to Dixie is because I could probably within the trailer park itself take apart a bunch of the TVs and radios and stuff for a fair amount of electrical XP. Maybe we'll hit 3. Limestone. Alright, let's go have a look at the props really fast. Wait one more day. Well, let's hope that this works. It may just be a waste, though. Oh, that's it. That's all of the compost that I have. Which is in here. Wait, what? Oh. Is it a maul or an axe for this? Maul. Which is strange to me because that's wood. What? I could have sworn. Didn't I just try this? I could have sworn I could remove this. Maybe it needs to be a new axe? Does it need to be a metal wood axe? Requires metalworking 8. Currently I am metalworking 6. Alright, so I'll make the rest of these into thread. How's Wick doing? It's going fairly okay. Alright, let's go to bed. How much do they have? Lots. Sorry. I'm allergic, apparently. Try to get another, at least 120. I have a lot of bunnies. I know. It's intentional to keep a decent amount of rabbits, so that I can get through the winter with no issues at all. When fishing wasn't working so well, I like to overcompensate in ways to make sure that it's fine. Now, in saying that, one could argue, well, then why do you not have cows or sheep? Because they're the superior method. And it's because I don't like it. I'm averse to being a butter baron. I don't like it. I think it's weird. I wouldn't want to be doing that in the apocalypse, walking around with a stick of butter in my hand, eating, and it's just like it's my own preference. So I just think it's odd. So it's just due to my own aversion. Okay, 120, not bad. Okay, we can leave this area. That said, though, if I was forced to, like if I had no other alternatives, I would do it. There is only one exception, and that is if I was starving to death, I wouldn't eat the frogs. I would starve to death. Because if I can't manage to get food, you know, that's on me. Frogs are not food. They're friends. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, once we're back and I've cooked this food up, we're gonna, I'm almost maxed out on carving, so I might finish carving off. Oh, movement. I think that was a deer. There is a group of deer that live in the woods north. I managed to kill 2 of them. The thing is about hunting, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again because it needs to be said, it doesn't feel like hunting right now. It feels like cheesing. Because, what did I do to catch the deer? I guided them into the pen, right? And then I bonked them on the head. Like, that's what happened. Well, I stabbed them, but still, it's essentially, I meleeed them. Doesn't feel like hunting. It's partially due to the fact that they see you coming, like way, like they see you coming from far away. And there's no way to, you could be max sneak and it doesn't matter. They can see you through the trees. There's another 14 raccoon leather, which we will turn into hats and then throw them away. Not. Just want the biggest flanks for this. Radish. And 11. Oh, these are rodent. That rabbit meat is really weak. Sounds like early hunting, but early hunting was throwing spears. You can't throw the spear. Could you imagine, though, if you could throw the spear? Why is that not a thing instead of the useless spear charge? You know what I mean? It's because the useless spear charge was supposed to be kind of a cool thing that you could do, as sort of like a ta-da kind of skill, right? But throwing spear might be better suited. Of course, that would make spears a little bit stronger, but then again, not really. The effort that you go through to craft the spear now is makes it a little bit more of time consuming, right? Yeah, but in this, the animals don't have stamina like that. They don't run out of stamina like that. They just can go forever. And honestly, the amount of calories that you're burning while chasing them, it makes it not worth it. Not even by a long run. Even if they were good calories when you got caught up to them, it would still be kind of like, you'd be weighing the odds. It's not worth it when it's free. The only thing that's really good that you get from them is the higher tier of leather that you can then make these with. One second though. Oh, I was like, where is the other roast? I put it in the duffel bag by mistake. Should be still gaining. This is just to maintain. I'm sure that the system will get better when they add boyering. Currently, when you shoot them, though, they're supposed to, like, bleed out over time and stuff. Like, it's like... That's a cool mechanic on paper, but... And it's kind of like the long dark, right? Which is neat on paper. But that's if the shot hits initially, as well as now you have to go look for it. There we go. There we go. Okay. I have the recipe for this. I wonder if this would teach me the bone one. If I made one of these. Still requires level 6 tailoring. I'll probably eat that tomorrow. There's 12 charcoal over there. Am I playing with the new day length? What, you mean 90-minute days? No, we're playing with standard rat race, like 1-hour days. Which is the old apocalypse sort of stuff. Which if I were to start a new game right now, I might try 90-minute days. All it does is make things slightly easier. That's all. Ever so slightly, not by a margin that is super noticeable for for most, but it'll be noticeable for some. It would give me extra time in the day to do stuff, but it's fine. But yeah, I haven't changed my settings for this particular game at all. The last time I looked at the settings was when somebody asked me to, which was awkward a little. Do all the timed actions take longer? Yeah, slightly longer, but it's not by a margin that matters because most of the timed actions you'll fast forward through anyways. That said, though, so timed actions like reading take slightly longer, but that said, you have more energy throughout your day, more like, so if you're going to go kill zombies, you'll have more, a little bit more. It's not by much, but it's a little bit more. It's just like why 2-hour days are easier than 1-hour days. Is you have a little bit more. It was awkward, a little bit, yeah, because that, you know, it's like the implication was that I was cheating. Kind of, sort of. It's like, I want to see your settings, okay? I'm like, and then I did the command, right? So like that. And then it's like, you know, I want to see your settings for this mode. It's like, okay. Show me your mod folder. It's like, okay. And I comply because I don't have anything to hide in that regard. There's no point. I just don't want to get doxxed, I guess. Not that there would be much point. This day and age, it's like it's difficult for that sort of stuff to, yeah, basically. People will be people, though, you know. If I really wanted to cheat, there would be easier ways to do it. And I'm not that kind of person. I just wouldn't bother. It's too much effort. It's better to just play the game and have fun, right? Plus, who am I really doing this for? I'm doing it for myself because I enjoy it. And then, like, that's about it, right? I don't have to do the rat race if I don't want to. This is choice. It's my choice to do this. Because I could load up a different playthrough. I could completely, like, I could go for, like, a vanilla record. Or I could go for, like, I mean, you know, playing any other which game I want. There's no limits. Same for if I wanted to do, like, a different, like, game. I'm gonna play Abiotic tomorrow because they're releasing the new content for it, right? You never get the point of cheating. It robs some of the stuff, but so I know the other coin of it because I have family members that like to do that kind of thing. They like to cheat in games so that they don't have to deal with the and can create good stories while not having to deal with the survivalist elements, right? What am I playing? Oh, Abiotic Factor tomorrow. The because they're releasing new content. They're doing the full release of the game 1.0. I'm looking forward to it. But that's the thing. Some folks play games that way. They like to play that way. I have another friend who plays Age of Mythology and uses nothing but the cheats and the laser bears and stuff, right? But that's because he enjoys the game that way, where he can kind of stomp the enemy, right? He likes it. And if that's fine, if they like that, those cheats are there to make the game a little bit more enjoyable. If you're, you know, you're working your 9 to 5 and you don't have time to grind away at the, so put the XP up, lower the zombie count, you know, so those sorts of things, right? Yeah, I agree. In single player, do what you want. Now, for a mode like this, yes, it's a competitive mode, kind of. It's meant to be, like, there's, like, rules and stuff. If you're not going to follow the rules, well, I mean, then that the competitive portion is off the table, right? If you're not going to follow the rules. However, that doesn't mean that you can't play the rat race. There are a lot of people that are playing the rat race offline and having fun with it, or they've tweaked it in a way that is no longer the original rat race, but it's something to their preference. There's nothing wrong with that. People can do what they want. And I'm not going to fault anyone for, you know, adjusting the settings or turning on metas or anything like that. The only time I would fault them is if they were to try and submit a leaderboard application and be like, "Hi, I'm following the rules," you know, because that's different. That's them saying, "Hey, they're following the rules," when they aren't, right? They're breaking the rules because one of the inherent rules is to use the settings as it says on the tin, right? Meaning that if they don't do that, well, I mean that's against the rules, and their run would get stricken from the board, kind of thing. Whether or not their own personal biases are one way or another, you know. And that goes for me too. If I were to change things, I'm not going to, but we're all following the same set. Did people gift my bot a sub? No. I gave the bot a sub a while ago, and then eventually I do intend to there's something I want to do with the bot, so that I don't have to worry about that, but I need to wait for the bot sub to run out. One of the benefits of being a partner is you get there's a permanent sub that you can do. You get a couple of them, and I'm gonna give one of them to the bot because that makes sense, right? But later. I want to give one to Emma too, but I'm waiting till like till later, because then I'll give Emma one too. Yeah. You only get a couple of them, and I don't know exactly how they work. No, it's so it's a tier 3 sub that you get. It's part of being a partner. Come on, couple more bunnies, please. I want to be at 140. Tier 3 subs are special. There we go. We have exactly 50. But yeah, it's essentially just the biggest reason that I want to do that is because then the bot gets access to the emotes and I can use the emotes in commands. And Elm is still working on Nucleus Bot, so there's still stuff being worked on. He does have a full-time job though, so that's the thing, right? Is and Nucleus Bot will eventually will be better, I think. One of the things on the list is automated commands. Here. That's initially why I subbed the bot previously. But right now I'm just waiting for the sub to run out. And unfortunately, I have to hope that the sub runs out and people aren't generous at the same time and gift the bot. Because that's happened sometimes too in the past, right? Which is okay. I do appreciate people being kind. It's nice. It's evil kindness. Not evil. Definitely, the heart's in the right place. Yeah, I'm pretty clear with that stuff as best I can be. I don't know what I am and supposed to or not supposed to talk about as well, but some things. The things that I do talk about, you know, I try to be as clear as I can. And if I don't know, I won't talk about it. Do I have a favorite Pokemon? Yeah, it varies. Most of my favorite Pokemon are in Gen 1, Gen 2. But I don't really have a favorite. Or at least I can't think of one right now. Okay, so... You stop playing the games when they switched to 3DS. I didn't mind playing them. I liked a lot of the when they added in that you had any Pokemon follow you and stuff like that. I liked that stuff, and I liked some of their puzzle games. Is my weight good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. I'm just gonna put both these here for now. You think the weight gain and loss balance is good? Definitely not. Weight loss is too aggressive. It needs to be a little bit eased back a bit so that people can do things with their day instead of just stand there for a few. Like it's just it's not it's before in the before times weight loss used to be hard. You used to actually it was difficult to lose weight to the point where you could eat radish salad and still not lose weight. Wait, radishes have 0 calories. Then they changed it so that it was a little bit more aggressive. Now it was balanceable. Like you were able to balance it out with fishing and stuff like that, right? Butter and well, I mean, if assuming you're playing Build 41, fishing was the primary way to do it. You could do it with rabbits too, with trapping. But the thing is it was it was doable. It wasn't great, but it was doable. Now, in current build 42, it's just too aggressive. Alright, no worries. You have yourself a good one. I feel like it's too... You lose weight too quickly. They'll change it, though, eventually. Or they'll up the caloric values of things. It's just because you use a lot more calories than you would expect you would be able to. And there's not enough foods that give you calories to balance it. Because I feel like they go a little bit too much on the realism for the actual caloric values. Maybe that's the reason. When in the Zomboid character's case, they actually are burning more calories than the average person would. There's something amiss, though, with the system for sure. Yeah, you just spend a week just not doing anything. And that's a problem. That's not good gameplay. That's boring, right? Just spend a week to AFK. And then it's not good. It's not good for a system. It's a weakness in Zomboid in a way. I don't think that that's true. I think butter is in a place where it's a little bit overtuned. You can make too much of it. Now, in saying that, it doesn't mean that I feel like butter should get nerfed. I just think that the other foods should be improved because then you have alternative choices, right? You're more likely to use other things if they're available. It's interesting to see kill counts compared to. Oh, you don't look at my kill count and I've just been lazy in terms of kill count on this run and slow. I've been doing other things. You can compare like you can see like Twist and Shivas are still pulling in the same numbers. But if I were to just buckle down and start killing, like if you compare my previous run to this one, I had, what was it? We were at 26k or something like that in a fraction of the time. Something like that. You can get similar kill numbers in build 42 that you can get in build 41. It's just, the problem is that you have to put in the effort to get your strength up first, and then weapon skill up. And then you have to lean towards one of the better weapon skill for it. Meaning you would want to lean towards like there we go. What's it called? You'd want to lean towards the better weapons of each category. So for example, for the axes, you would want something that's renewable and fairly lightweight. So like the stone sickle or the crude axe or the flint saw would be the best. For a spear, you can just use the fire hardened spear. As you've seen, it's not super bad. Doing the long blades is really good once you get to them, but there's no major differences between the long blades aside from the because they all are very sharp. You've not really gotten that far in build 42. It just takes a little bit of getting started. And then like for this playthrough, there was times where I was just not doing anything aside from like working out. But you can get some pretty high kill numbers. I think Shivas right now has set the bar at what was it? 1,500 in a single day. Something like that. So that'd be 1,500 and change. Which if you compare that to a build 41 kill day, I think the record in build 41 was like 2,000 something, but I can't quite remember. It's been a long time. That was done by Lamprey with katanas at level 10. So it was like long blade. You could do something similar though. You haven't heard that name in years? You hope he's doing good on his adventure? Me too. If you're ever wanting to sort of like know if Lamprey's doing okay, put one of those little debug bugs in his Discord. Because he responds to that. He puts a little he notes the debug thing. Like he does emote back. That doesn't mean spam it, but you know what I mean. Like every once in a while, folks are putting those in there, and he just does a little debug thing to let folks know that he's okay. I'm sure he'll be back at some point. Maybe when Build 43 comes out. Maybe sooner. Maybe he'll have like a one-off stream here and there. Or, like if he comes back and it'll probably be a couple of years. Still, I'm looking forward to it. Who knows what we'll be doing then. But I still will appreciate him. Can only hope he you know, hope the best for him. Quite a lot of the folks in the Zomboid community are veterans, like actual like military folks. I'm not. I'm a civilian. I've never even, well, I mean, I did very briefly think about military stuff, and then I was like, that's not something that it would be for me. I probably could do the data stuff, but yeah. Some folks like the direction, you know? Like the military gives you. It's like it gives you focus. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that you can strive towards, goals, and then orders. They you know, they give you orders, right? So that you can follow tasks that you can follow through on. Some folks need, like, or not need, need's not the right word, but like to have those extra sort of mission objectives, right? And Lamprey's definitely under that category of folks, for sure, 100%. He likes having a mission. Yeah. There's a lot of the Zomboid community that is. Plus, it gives you something that once you come out of it, it's like you have used your life to do something, you know, that's fairly good. So there's that as well, sort of sense of accomplishment and that you've done good. Kind of, right? That's my perspective looking at it anyways. Of course, it may be a skewed perspective due to the fact of my my lack of knowledge about those things. I know that a lot of my friends did military service so that they could have income for doing schooling, as well as other sort of things like that. Because it at least here there's a lot of it pays for a lot of things if you're part of the army. Always hear everybody growing up would always say, you need to get a trade. You need trade. Trade's important. Trade in the military. Those are the two things. I mean, that gives you a strong direction, right? See, but when Lamprey gets out of the military, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna stretch his legs, and then he's gonna play Zomboid for another couple years. That's probably what's gonna happen. Relearn the game from scratch. Maybe. Or maybe he'll do something else, I don't know. I mean, kind of, but some people can feel trapped in their careers, right? You can feel like you're not able to progress, that you've reached the end of whatever it is that you're up to, and then it's 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 sort of peaked in a way. But that said, it is not the same thing, I don't think. Plus, it's also mentality. We often put up walls for ourselves. That's something that you learn in lots of different places you can learn it. Where I learned that stuff was when I was playing competitive games. A lot of people would create their own walls and their own mental jails and not be able to push past it, and then they would start creating excuses for things. They would be like, oh, this is the reason why I can't get past this, when in reality it's something that they themselves have constructed. It's a similar sort of thing, right? That applies to life in general, and you know, whether it's your job or whatever it is that you're up to. It'll be interesting, though, to see what happens in the next couple of years. We'll see. I know one thing for sure, though, that hopefully, aside from the whole my whole move and stuff like that, I'm hoping that the yeah, the upcoming year, there is a couple of events I'm looking forward to. So I'm just hoping that those go good. It's hard to say though, right? Most of the time that sort of stuff goes really well though. We gotta go rest and our character's getting tired. I got out here late though. Yeah, I don't think that the military is quite the same as a job. I feel like it's more... There's more to it than that for sure. And like, I mean, you can hear quite a lot of passion in some folks' stories when they tell them. If you want a really good experience and a good like military stuff, um, you guys should check out Chili. And there, he has a button in his stream that's called No Shit. And if you push that button, he tells a story about his stuff. You should do that because it's cool listening to him talk about his life and those things. I think I've heard every story probably more than once at this point in my. It's still awesome. I like listening to them. It's like it's neat. the walks of life people walk on. I'm guaranteeing that some of those goofy stories are going to be following our friends. How much? 48. Yeah, absolutely. Chili's amazing. He's also doing a similar Zomboid sort of experience, except he's not doing Rat Race. He's doing, I think he's doing Apocalypse, but he's trying to max out the skills. So, I think he was like 9 skills in last I checked. Some of the skills take a long time to max out though, which is why it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Like I've only gotten close to maxing a character. I've never actually done it. I got close though. I know at least two. I think there's 3, but there's people that have ever maxed out a character that I know. It's because it's not a common thing. Most folks don't, and if they did, it's because there's an XP bonus of some kind being applied. They don't do it on the 1 times XP, you know? Yeah. The only folks that I know of that have done that kind of stuff are like Kurumi. Even Lamprey didn't, as far as I remember. It's because when you really break it down and realize just how painful some of these skills are to level and how long they take, it's that's why. Like, start trying to do reloading. Yeah, reloading seems easy on paper, but it's one of those skills where it's that one is one of those ones that can burn you on the whole point of doing it. And that's if you take the police officer bonus. Okay, I am going to quickly get myself a mushroom meal. Don't need comfrey. Not right now. But yeah, there's a lot of other veterans that are Project Zomboid streamers. It's kind of interesting. Quite a lot of folks in Project Zomboid also have worked in the food industry. If you were to take a guess on that, for most folks, you'd be like, have you ever worked customer service, food industry, or you've been in the military? That, like, sums up a sizable portion of the Zomboid community. Which is kind of cool. Just gonna grab this and just throw this in the front really quick. You've never fully recovered? That's unfortunate. Hopefully it's not hurting you too badly. I don't think I would qualify. Maybe when I was younger, I might have, but... Nah. Even the other day, like, I mean... It's funny when you get to, and I've always been old, though. That's not something that changes. Has nobody ever looked closely at this? Is it because it's not in primary? Who's the stream? What? Oh, the zombies? I couldn't play Zomboid and watch somebody play Zomboid. That is not something I have the capability of. I'd be too stressed all the time. I'd be like, nope. So you're braver than I am, for sure. Even if I turn down the volume, nope, that still can't. When I do my Zomboid testing, that's different, but like, I mean, that's, you know, because my character's not damageable. The whistle? Oh. Yeah, no, that... I... Yeah, I'm not doing that. I was... It's not worth the extra XP. Oh dear.
Hey! Hey!
Let's see if they made it there. Nope. Did these zombies get stuck? Nope. Wow. That screwdriver came right off. That's funny to me. I don't know why it is, but it is. I'll let my left arm kind of recoup. Oh, look, a machete. Oh, no, that's not. It's just a large knife. My bad. Silly me, thinking that was a machete. Okay. Yeah, I'm back off for a sec. Oh, hey. Yeah, also, it's September 1st. I'm actually going to back off the entire distance because I'm gonna go harvest our crops because whatever is harvestable needs to be harvested. Otherwise, they're gonna die because it is September 1st. Except for the lemongrass should be able to continue growing for another month. But yeah, our other crops though. The radishes are done. This is their last month. Or no, radishes are March to September. Okay, maybe I don't need to harvest them. I'll still look at them though. We're tired anyway, so it's good timing to come back. And tomorrow we will... Is this spear broken? No. You forget about your crops? I'm not really good at it either, but I do have... Just because agriculture is such a pain in the butt in this, I have a little tiny, like, reminder post-it, essentially, that says check your crops. So I have to think about it a little bit more. And that should be enough to sate my hunger. You can actually see some of the radishes becoming harvestable as I'm doing this, which is nice. So once these are all dealt with, then I'll be probably heading back to Dixie at some point to the we'll probably take apart all the TVs, the radios. I'll look at some of the cars there. Maybe I'll level my mechanics to 2. These are done. So I just need to grab, so put these there. What weapons next after Spear? So I'm not even really that high level in Spear. I'm like 1 in a little bit. My plan right now is just to gradually level the weapons. I kind of want to get them all to 3 if I can, but we'll see. I know that it's going to be slow leveling, so we'll get them as far as I can. I'll probably do long blades next. So that's why I've got the broken katanas in my bag, is I'm pretty sure broken katanas count for long blade. Just gonna retake these files. Okay, now we can bail from this area. We've got a little bit more agriculture XP. So we'll get there. It's just a matter of time. But, yeah, so if I could get spear to 2, like, we're already halfway there. And then I kind of want... I want all the weapons to be leveled up eventually. We haven't even maxed out short blade yet either, though. And the reason being is, I'm running both Reluctant Fighter and Slow Learner. Combine that with the rat race is already 0.8 XP, and you're looking at extremely slow level gains. But I did that on purpose. It's how I like to play the game. So. Okay. Should be able to take off my protective gear. Because the protective gear causes you uncomfortableness, which makes your character sad. And then tomorrow we'll get some actual food. Or maybe I'll get some now. Nah, we'll do it tomorrow. These are non-perishables that I have. I'm just storing here for now. It's not that bad actually, because the lemongrass, it doesn't go bad, right? And it does -1, right? So I have like 60 of it there. That means that that's a few days worth of food if we need to stretch it out. Did I lock the door? I need to check. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Okay, now I just gotta wait for my panic to go down. And then I'm gonna do another brief AFK to go get myself another tea. It's been another couple hours. That's it. No more tea. I'm out. So the reason why I locked the door is because the zombies have cognition. It's already saved me once. Because I've had one zombie banging on that door. I actually did knock the door down, though, to get back in. Because what happened was I leapt out one of the windows. And when I went back around, obviously the door's locked, right? And I don't have the keys to this place. So I had to break the door in order to get back in. Just kind of awkward. Okay. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Couple minutes. Okay. Food. Nice. Okay. I learn it from this. Guess do I have to hope I just find that? Alright, we'll break these katanas here after we're done breaking this spear. This. What? Why is there... There's the sound of a zombie there. That's why. Oh, I need you to come out, please. You need to be on this side. Hey, it's Yuri. Hi, Yuri. How goes? You having a good day? How goes your rat racing? I am currently in the middle of leveling some weapons. Some of my lower level weapons. Do appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. Also, Yuri, check it. Oh, I don't have it on me. Darn. I do have the raccoon cap though, and I've made like 20 of them. Bring in the wee woos. Yes. Yuri's doing the rat race as well. I do my little intro thing. Good chance. My run goes good. It's been going really well. Hopefully your runs are going good too when you're able to start them up again. I've heard recently that you're not able to at the moment. There's some sort of issue. Sorry that that's happening to you. Arm come down a little bit. Did you zombies lose your way? You need to go spend time with family? Alright, see you, Yuri. Appreciate the raid. I'll probably be seeing you at some point here soon. We do the chatting. We chit chat about the things. There's a lot of us folks in the Rat Race Discord though do chit chat about stuff. Oh, we're very rapidly approaching. Boop. Oops. Hmm. Is it just you? Yeah. There we go. That's a good plan. Delicious. Okay. Oops. Crawler. No, my arm hurts. Leave me alone. Run away. Ah, muscle strain when you have no weapon skill sucks. There we go. Makes things all the more sweeter when you actually earn a little bit of weapon skill, though. This whole street good. It seems like it. It seems like there's a light amount over here. Let's consolidate some of them over there. Oh, which rank is he? Happy Frog and Rock and Stone? Do appreciate you. Rock and Stone. I haven't popped into Deep Rock Galactic for quite some time. I'm probably gonna have to take another look at that game at some point. I didn't really get into the deep dives as much as I'd like. Or maybe. I'll put it on the list of things that I've got to do. Excuse me? What on earth was that? Did I just hit the crawler? I think I hit the crawler. Like it targeted the crawler instead of targeting the... Interesting. I need to be cautious in the future. I've already been being cautious about down attacks and stuff. I have manual down attacks on. I don't do automatic. But that's... No, I didn't auto-target. I can't auto-target. It's not on. See? Where is it? Or it shouldn't. See? Auto-detect prone or standing. I don't do that. I manual. So, but that doesn't mean that that it's always manual. Something in the code does that sometimes. I don't know why. Even when I want it to just be me that does it. But yeah, that's not right. That could get someone killed. Very easily. That's why I don't do the auto-target stuff, is because it can very quickly get you killed. There we go. We're good. Let's keep going. Might be part of unstable. Probably. They've been working on the down attack stuff, trying to make it better. That's one of the reasons, though, that I've been kind of staying away a little bit. Is because they're messing with combat, so it makes me nervous. That said, though, I do want to continue my playthrough. And I'm having fun. So long as I'm having fun, even if things break and are terrible and I lose the run or whatever, that's okay. That's part of unstable. And doesn't matter all that much. Because I can always just do another run. Is this my current best run? Technically no. My very first rat race run is my best run currently. But this is the run that we have that's actually... I've got more skills in this one. Less kills right now. More areas taken though. Well, I mean arguable. The reason why I say arguable is, although I only had 3 major campsites in the previous playthrough, I owned the entirety of Riverside's gated community, as well as I was pushing the commercial district, and I almost owned all of that too. So, I mean, it's arguable. I could have maybe had all of Riverside had I not missed that axe spin. Or axe, what's it called? Crowd control. I mean, no, you learn it through other ways as well. One of the best ways to learn crowd control is through doing burns, actually. That's not how I learned. I learned through time 16. But if you learn through fire, that's another way. That said, my first real like long run that I'd ever gone on was in a time 16 world, and dealing with that amount of zombies is how you get the crowd control, or it's one of the ways. I gotta go back. 9 o'clock, almost. But yeah, Rat Race is good for, it teaches you survival skills and how to kind of maintain yourself. And if you, the survival aspects of the game. Surviving like your first winter in Rat Race is really, it can be pretty tough. That said, though, it is rewarding in that sense. Um, Even that you're so close to my house. Yeah, I was gonna show Yuri the raccoon hat. It's neat. It's your reward for reaching level 4 tailoring. Okay, so we've almost broken one of the katanas, like dull katanas that we have. Um, get a sleep in. But yeah, this is my I would say, so this is my second best rat race run. And it's technically, I would say it's Higgins the third, but technically it's Higgins the eighth, because the first Higgins was a character I created in an Apocalypse playthrough for Special Effects, which is a charity event that we played. That character ended up living way longer than I had ever expected he would. Especially given the fact that he was a crowd control character. Like, I mean, the initial lifetime of Higgins was spent shouting and blowing a whistle and honking horns and being noisy, and he lived through it. A rat race with traitless? That's fair. Yeah, it's definitely, it's one of those things it'd be time-ish thing. Starting with no traits makes it, at least you can learn a lot of things through the research stuff, and they add in more stuff over time too as the patches progress that you can do, which is nice. Sort of the game gradually is evolving, and more things are getting unlocked. I'm looking forward to boyering. I really am. The ability to do bow and arrows would be nice. Of course, I don't know when that's gonna happen, but you know. Same for greenhouses. I'm also looking forward to those. It'll make agriculture a lot better. Because currently, it's not in a great spot. But yeah, we've got a few outposts, but not the rat race outposts though. We have a few like safe house areas that I've claimed for myself. So we got one in Dixie, we've got one at Crossroads. We own McCoy Estates, and we also own this cabin that's out here. This cabin was the first one that we claimed. As well as that's about it. I've been to a lot of places though, like I've been all the way to Echo Creek and back. But right now we're working on Muldra. And I'm gonna break all three of these katanas that I saved. They're not really katanas though, they're katana pieces. Let's go. Yeah, it'd be cool to have more primitive tools. Like, yeah, the maul is good for like, but like something that gets you able to maybe pickaxe some other things. Like a crude pickaxe or something. Maul takes quite a while to get to. It's a lot of napping XP. Oh. So you need to stockpile non-perishables. Now, non-perishables include insects, like a lot. Go get a lot of bugs. Um, you want to do like herbs, and then you want to make a drying rack. Those are non-perishable as well. Once you have the small plant drying rack. So it'd be this one here. There's actually two of them. So if you type small plant in here, you're gonna see two. Do the one that's easier, which is this one. 4 long sticks, 6 wooden rods, and some twine. This is going to be an eventual one, but this one just looks nicer. They have the same recipes in them. So currently, that's what I would do if I were looking for non-perishables. And then if you're looking for something that's weights, sort of holds, like they'll hold your weight, do rabbits. Use the base traps on the map to capture at least 2 rabbits and start a rabbit farm. You should be able to at least get 2 with the base traps that are around that are collectible. So then from there, because I'm assuming you're 0, because you said traitless, right? So you can't do trapping traditionally. So you would want to forage for crops, use those crops on those pre-placed traps. Of course, you're going to take them and bring them with you. And then the way traps work now is that you want to be out of the loaded area during the trapping hours, which is 2100 to 6 a.m. So then you can go and collect your rabbits, have like 2, and then that'll help. You captured, with some, okay, so you got them to run into a fence and then you grab them. That's one way to do it as well. Baby bunnies are also very easy to grab. They don't need their mums, like, as much as that sounds kind of sad. It'll say can't find its mom, and then I think they get sickly faster and die faster, but I don't but they'll still grow up and they might still be able to produce another rabbit if you have a male bunny to pair with a female bunny. But I don't exactly know how all the intricacies of the new animal systems work. I just know that bunnies are one of the animals that doesn't need a roof, so you don't need to worry about having a barn for your bunnies. I don't like sadness. What's the current theme crafting and testing? Oh yeah, absolutely. If you ever have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. Even if I'm playing another game, it doesn't matter. I'm one of the folks in the community that does know quite a lot about Zomboid, and been playing the game for ages. Maintenance 1's super easy to get, though. Super duper easy. Let's get a rest in. Rest my arm. There's something else on the ground. That was a small handle. Any weapon that uses always goes naturals. Like sticks? Yeah, that's true. But you could also, making things, also assembling stuff, can give you maintenance. Which is everything after, which, you know, level 1 requirement for everything, right? Like you said, you're gated, right? So something that you could do as well, though, would be to get anything off of the zombies. Or find an item that's like that's somewhat common. There's a lot of items that you can get that are like knives. Knives would be the easiest way. There's so many butter knives, bread knives, you know, use that. Be careful, but you know, that's one of the best ways early on. Screwdrivers, screwdriver would do you good. Because it's really good for, you can find tons of screwdrivers. And then once you have that level 1, it's it. Then you basically can super speed along with maintenance to level 10. But yeah, that's something that's fun as well, is discovering a lot of the paths for yourself. Because it's like a new game. Build 42 is essentially like brand new learning. It's like ooh, actually, I just had a thought I want to see, because, if you get a chip stone, you can make steaks. That would be a good way to do, some maintenance as well. I didn't even think about that till, like, just a bit ago, because I was like, And because I was thinking about leveling short blade. I was like, wait. So you just chip stone, make steak. You want to make a flintstone knife if you can, but obviously you can't tie them together until you're higher level maintenance. So you just do what you can with what you got. Just like this, for example. I have to keep running away and recovering because my my weapon skill for long blades is so bad. This is a katana that's been broken, but I found it broken. It was broken in a zombie. So I'm just kind of waiting. Yeah, it's not too bad as a one-handed long blade, but it is a one-hander, and as a result, one-handers in the muscle strain formula are a little bit worse than two-handers in terms of the total formula, because two-handers are spread the muscle strain over the two arms, so two-handers end up being better, kind of, until later. There is a tipping point where it doesn't matter anymore, but early on, you'll notice a lot of the two-handed weapons are just better at holding things together for you. Yeah. There is, like Aaron just said, there is a tipping point where short bats and baseball bats are essentially tied. And it then tips in the favor of the short bats because they're easier to craft. But by that point, you go and already chop down a forest if you want to. So, you know, 1 extra or 10 extra short bats doesn't really matter all that much in the long term. Especially when the bats themselves are lasting for as long as they can. Some of the low weapon tiers don't give maintenance XP. Yeah, that's true, but that's because maintenance some of the weapon tiers don't, like branches and stuff like that, and rocks. Like those don't give XP because they're not actually weapons. Although they are weapons, they are not actually weapons. Like unlike, for example, a stake. A stake is a crafted short blade, kind of, right? So same as a lot of other weapons that exist. They need to be actually sort of a weapon, as opposed to a material, essentially. So like a pipe, or sorry, a metal bar. A metal bar is not, it's not a weapon, but it is a weapon, but it's not. You know what I mean? I don't remember if the metal bar actually gives weapon X or maintenance XP. Probably not. But the point mostly is that so long as you're getting some sort of weapon XP early on, it's nice. But if you can get maintenance XP, that's good. And then from there, it's about utilizing the infinite weapons of each class. Every class of weapons has an infinite weapon that you can always use. And then you just need to leverage said infinite weapon. Even Longblade now has infinite options. Once you get high enough in metalworking, you trade metal for your infinite amounts of swords. And we want to be wearing pants. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna quick clear this group. How many left? Hmm. Still too many. Sucks my knife broke. I should have brought another one. And this is why I have the baseball bat in the bag. Yeah, that's strange that it's hitting the zombies that are on the ground. And that's weird. Emma was showing me that at one point. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Yeah. Not good, not good at all. I'm taking this map though, because it's nice to have as a decoration. Alright, let's have a look. I definitely want to put at least... Need those anymore. Yeah, forks have been broken at the moment, so they actually aren't working. Um, if I cared, I would keep them, but for some reason, forks, butter knives, stuff like that that used to be able to be smelted down aren't able to be smelted down at the moment. They will be under, what's it called?
You're amazing!
It's not smaller steel, right? Thank you for the follow. No, it's under small iron, right? Paring nine. Or either way, it doesn't matter. Not that much anyways. Just gonna put these in here for right now. Because I want to put this one over at the other side, and I want it to be where I drop this stuff off. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? Whoa. Look, you guys have your side of town, I have my side of town. Until eventually I kick you out of your side of town. But that's later, not right now. Look at this. Tier 3 tired. Not good. Quit being sneaky zombies. Just like sneaking around. No. Quit it. Okay. How's my weight? 79. Just grab a quick to-go meal. How many do I have left? 6? Okay, so 3 more. 1, 2. Yep, good. You better not be like tromping all over my crops. Did these ones die? They did. That sucks. These ones died too. Are any of these crops good? I thought that they're good until September. They all died. So then this is wrong. What? I trusted you, agriculture. How dare I trust you? August until September. Yeah, it says September's a fine month to have them in. It's poor, yeah, but I trusted you, agriculture. And all my radishes died because I trusted agriculture. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have trusted it. I should have just harvested them. Why did I not just harvest them? Darn it. Are you at least good? Says the lettuce is okay. So the agriculture thing is wrong for radishes. It says September, but that's false. It's not to September, it's to August. Because we're not even a couple of days into September, and they all died. Rat race is pretty bad for killing crops. Otherwise, okay. So it's okay in seasons. So you think it's the temperature that killed them? But it didn't. It just dropped to 0 today. It wasn't that cold. This is why we need greenhouses. Not just because of the rat race temperature or anything like that. It's just that it's just greenhouses are good. Where is... I took it with me, didn't I? Yeah. Crops remove. I'm just gonna... That sucks. I thought I could let them last for like another couple of days. I'd check on them. I'd harvest all of the... Yeah. Lettuce seems fine though. Yeah, it's okay. I just knew I should have... I was going to harvest them, and then I told myself, no, you can wait. It's fine. I was like, it'll be okay. You don't have to harvest them. Wait one more day. Now I'm regretting it. Because that was a fair amount of agriculture XP that I could have had. But oh well. It's fine. We'll hope these lettuce make it. We hope these lemongrass get one more cycle in before they're able to before they die off. Yeah, it's not good right now. It's been made to tax far too much time for what it gives you. Way too much time taxed. And it's not worth it. Like, it'd be one thing if it was worth it, like if you were actually getting something of, like, but it's like, it's not. It's not worth it. No, these ones, I made sure to plant them within, like, and I've been checking on them. And then some of them I harvested half of the crop already because I was like, I'm going to harvest this half of the crop and then I'm going to leave the other half for seeding. And the other half, part of the other half did seed, but I lost about half of it. So I'd say that I got 25% of the seeds. Not that that matters because I've got so many seeds that I've been throwing them away. But yeah, it's so waiting for things to be seeding, not really necessary. I shouldn't have waited, and I was silly to think that I needed to wait. Because I didn't. I don't need to wait for things to be seeded. I could just harvest when it's ready, and I should have. Next year, I'm not making that mistake. I'll just get the seeds from foraging, and then I'll plant, and then specifically for radishes, I'll start in March, and then just kind of keep going from there. But I need to forage crops right now. But yeah, I'm very, like, I know how the farming system works, kind of. Like, There's certain aspects of it that I don't. But that's like stuff that's like I don't know the proper distance that you should be planting them, and then if you should be putting them in space with and then have a lemongrass near them and all that stuff. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day because it's supposed to be quantitative. So the more you plant, the better better your harvest kind of deal. Of course, you got to take care of it. That's part of the problem right now. The taking care of it and the amount of effort put into it. If you were to net out the calories that you're putting into farming, think about it. How much, if I put like 60 days worth of calories, and let's lowball it and say that we only spend 1,500 calories a day. I know that's a really low ball, but let's say that we do that, right? 1,500 calories a day, multiply that by 60. You getting back them calories? I think not. Now, that's not what the plants are for, and I understand that. But, do you see my point? You're not getting what you put in. Not even close. The plants are there for an alternative to low-calorie diet, which is understandable. It's good. It's good to have. But and also they're good for like trapping and a lot of other things in that way. So you can convert your plants into meats that way. But yeah, it's if there was a sprinkler system or if there, and these things can be fixed with like NPCs as well, right? That said though, like NPCs have their own problems by nullifying the need to do certain things, making the game so it's the same as multiplayer. Multiplayer has the same problem where it will speed up the certain processes, right? And thus the processes themselves will lose their overall. And then what happens? Well, I mean, you speed along to the mid game, through the mid game, you end up reaching to the point where what's the point in the apocalypse then? And then that's when people start asking that question. Well, what is there to do? Oh, there's not much to do. You kill zombies, you loot. That's like it. And do you see that? That's a problem in itself being created in a way. It's just it's tough, and it's tough to solve that problem as well. Yeah, foraging can be. It just depends on what you get. Also, you it feels better, right? That's another thing about foraging is that you move around. You move around, you see other areas, you have to it kind of forces you to go to other areas. Meanwhile, agriculture expects you to stay in one area and then tend to the crops. And if you plant a decent amount of crops, well, then you're going to be trapped in an area watering all day. I think I've mentioned it before, but a sprinkler system wouldn't be a bad idea. And then also greenhouses to take care of the seasonal issues that have been happening in the current build. Now, obviously, that doesn't exist in the previous build. In the previous build, you used to just throw your crops in the ground, and if you really wanted to min-max, you could put them in a checkerboard fashion. But that wasn't even necessary. You didn't even need to do that. That was excessive. You could just throw them in the ground in a pile. Doesn't matter. And they'd be fine. The amount of times that they get sick, if you notice one that's really sick, you could just remove it and move on. But yeah, foraging used to be one of those things that you just stand around and collect items, same as fishing, right? And then they improved the system. Fishing needs to be improved on again though, because it's been hurt. Poor fishing. It didn't deserve that. Oh, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Like you trade with somebody. Like you don't maybe you don't even get to see that person, but you trade with them, you know? Back up to 54. How do you see dead rabbits in this pen? Is there a way to do that? There's it'll be interesting when they add in NPCs. I'm expecting it to be kind of like State of Decay, where the NPCs are um they're okay, but they end up being a liability most of the time. Either that or they're just completely immune until they get the quest, right? Like they get a quest where you got to go save them or they get infected. We'll see. Or maybe they'll do it like the modders are doing it. I want to get to 160. How many nails do I have? We got... Ooh, we got a prime. Nice. Nice prime cut. Heck yeah. You know, I'm actually gonna... It's 118 bone pieces. It's too many bone pieces. Okay, traps are active again, so we'll be able to get some rodent and some rabbit meat without affecting my overall rabbits. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know. We'll see what the devs decide. Like, I mean, they have a vision too, right? Like, and their vision probably is very good. How they want the game. Tomato seeds. How many hours in this game? Like, do you mean Zomboid? Do you count Theorycraft, or do you just mean like in general? Because in general, I have like, oh, if you count theory crafting, probably between 6,000 and 7,000 hours, something like that. But if you don't count theory crafting, I'm at about between 4 and 5K, I think, or maybe 5 and 6K, something like that. On my Steam account, it says, but I also, Steam account says I'm at 4,915. But that's not inclusive of everything. But let's round it there. About 5K. Is a lot of time spent zomboiding. Hello. It's like your Sims? Yeah, I agree. It's like the Sims. You can always go back to it. Me too. And I've been, enjoying playing other games, but I also enjoy Zomboid. I'm going to play another game tomorrow. You guys are going to see Abiotic Factor. Because it's doing its 1.0 release. So long as nothing slows it down or anything. Like, I mean, if it does, then it is what it is, right? But in a couple more days after that, I get to celebrate a birthday. You've been playing Dune? Ah, see, I might play Dune. I was talking to Emma about that one.